Yeah, man. Get over here. There we go. Why did that change? Okay, hello. Hello, everyone. It's a good thing I was staring at the bars immediately as soon as I started talking and you didn't miss anything. Hi. Hello, Bug. Hello, BJ Dart. Hello, Astral Sage. Hello, Harmless. How's it going? We are once again reunited to bear witness to the reunion of the Oshiromiya family and see what becomes of them. Or at least what we think became of them, according to the message in the battle. And hello, Mr. Taco. Okay, enjoy your catch up and enjoy the rest of your night as well. Okay. So now let's do the quick. Hello, Ampo Camilla. Let's do the very quick recap of last episode, because at this point we can't really recap the whole thing because it's too long. So in last stream, what happens? I believe the first twilight began. All the servants were called to Kinso's room, where they were told, sorry guys, all of you are getting killed right now because you were chosen for the first twilights. Beatrice immediately kills Kinso. Kinso is laughing like a madman as he's being lit on fire. Then the whole thing happens where Kanon is trying to fight for his own life, falls falls for it again, gets the fell for it again award, even though he knew he was gonna fall for it, even though he knew it was a trap. Um, gets mercy killed by Genji. Then Genji mercy kills Shannon as well. Then Genji himself gets mercy killed by Ronov. And that only leaves Goda and Kumasawa, who are not in the room. So the stakes go out, find Goda, kill him. Then they find Kumasawa, but it turns out it wasn't Kumasawa. It was the former Beatrice, who is here to fight the current Beatrice. And they have a cool magic fight. Sadly, she loses, gets killed by Beatrice. Battler feels very dejected about the whole thing, kind of starts crying and storms off. While this happens, he finds the former Beatrice who had just been killed, but she says, "Oh, it's because the witch." Because I'm not part of the game anymore, so I'm still here, but I can't really participate in the game anymore. I can't do anything in the actual story. I'm just here in the meta world. And she tells Battler all about what do they call it? The brown tubes, as they are very famously known, the very famous theory of the brown tubes, and how the brown tubes are actually little guys making the images in the television. And he feels very good about this. He's like, "Oh shit, I just learned something new today." And he immediately goes to Beatrice and tells her all about it. And I think a few other things happen in conversations, but that is like basically the gist of the whole stream. Those are the broad strokes. Okay, now that you've been refreshed on what happened, we will continue. Oh, and this new character, the former Beatrice, this new old character is called, or has been called, Virgilia. I'm gonna struggle very much to pronounce her name because it's Virgilia, right? But I keep calling her Virgilia because that is how you would say it in Spanish. In my head, that is how I say it. Okay. Virginia. Yes. Before she was divided into East and West, when she was one. Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids. These were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. Oh, and by the way, none of the deaths had been revealed yet. This is still the night of the first day. So nobody is aware that people have died. As you can see from the bios, right? Everybody's alive here. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cool reality waiting for us. And hello, Jam. It's Virginia and West Virginia. Oh, that is such a US thing. George, Aniki, and Jessica were crying over Shannon-chan and Kanon-kun's deaths. Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. And there were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? They were 18 until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation and, along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Short barrel Winchester rifles. He looks very silly with that one. That gun does not fit Rudolph at all. Apparently relics from a time he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. Looks even smaller. It's just, he's very big is the thing. Hello, Willow. Those has been split up among the 4 siblings. Uncle Kraus, Aunt Eva, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Oh, this is the first time we see this, right? Because in both the previous episodes, there's only one adult left of the parents. And this time, all of them are alive because only the servants died. Oh, right. And I guess they kind of glossed over the whole thing where they found the bodies, right? Because they found it and then we immediately skipped over to this. I remember now. They had this thing where it's like, hey, where are the servants? Where's breakfast? And then they go, oh wait, the parlor is locked. What the hell's going on there? What's this weird symbol on the door? And then they decide to break the window and go in, and then they find the bodies, and we skip to this. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them. It's a little scary. Even now, touching one of these, I get the feeling that'll yell, "Don't touch that," and hit me. Well, isn't that great? No matter how much you touch it, you won't be hit again. Yeah, well, they haven't even told us that the guys are actually dead. Let me check the... No, look, they're still alive here. So not even the deaths are confirmed yet. I can't believe it. To think that father would meet this kind of end. Well, I never did expect Ginso-san to die normally in his bed. But even so, it is too horrible. Hey, I wonder if that really was father. I think it might be a different person's corpse used as a substitute to trick us. No, it was father, without a doubt. You saw his toes, right? Generally speaking, these aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet. But that doesn't mean that such people don't exist. I've heard that polydactyly isn't that rare a disease. It's a condition, Kirie, not a disease. He was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right? He might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet. Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that? I agree if it was a normal person, but this is father we're talking about. You can't be Sir Kirie-san's talking nonsense. After all, burning corpse maze is hard to identify. Still, there should be a few ways to examine from his teeth and bone structure. If the police investigated, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. The problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now. The boats probably won't come in this typhoon. So will they arrive tomorrow? Most likely, the boat will come again at 9:00 tomorrow. Then, I believe we will be able to contact the police. It's the same for us and the culprits. Until the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. Hello, Cube. Welcome. They're about to explain the situation first. Early that morning, we heard the noise in various places throughout the mansion. A total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after another. First, Grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burned. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. And what made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unusable. Did you hear that? A fly just landed on the microphone. Was that audible? It wasn't known if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokkenjima is now isolated by a typhoon. We can't hear the fly. And just as we're stuck on the island, those the culprits. Okay, let's see the bios. A good time as any. First, you. His body was found as a burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Too bad this time. It was game over right from the start. Poor guy. Let's go in the order of the deaths that we saw in the story. So I believe it was Canon who died first, according to what they told us. His corpse was found in the chapel. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. For Canon, the chapel, let him continue to protect the Lord's precious place, even after death. Then Shannon. Her corpse was found in the parlor on the first floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. Let Shannon have the parlor, with its wonderful view of the rose garden on sunny days. Let her serve cards until the very end. Then it was Genji. His body was found in the VIP room on the second floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. To thank Genji for his many years of service, let us allow him to rest in the VIP room. Then Goda. His corpse was found in a waiting room on the third floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. The room next to the study is fitting for him, considering how much he wanted to earn Kinso's favor. And last but not least, Kumasawa. Her corpse was found in the guest room on the second floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. This seldom used second floor guest room was her secret napping spot. Oh. And now she can nap there forever. Okay. At this point, there's no mystery, right? Literally anybody could have done it because we have no idea what's going on with the keys. They haven't even told us that the rooms are locked aside from the parlor. There's no mystery right now. At this point, anybody could be the culprit. Until we narrow things down. And yet, the crime had occurred in the mansion. So, right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Natsuki's been strict about locking the doors and windows at the night, and yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon Chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Yoshinomiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots in dark places, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel, as part of the plan to turn this island into a resort. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep it safe. It made for a good place to pull up in. Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said, so that there will be no misunderstandings. The game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Lands, the Yoshinomiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded to Yoshinomiya family headship after Kinso-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. The Golden Witch, Beatrice. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had it written, and the person who solved it would, supposedly, be given the inheritance of the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was put on display there several years ago, the relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time, we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, what else could it be? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance they were armed, and there might not be just one of them. And while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprits and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing for me to do. Now, all I could do was be taught how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. What, like they find a gun factory or something? That's fine. Just obediently stay there. Me and the rest of you. I'm making the kind of assumption Battler would do at this point. 6 people in the beginning again. And this time it's grandfather and all the servants put together. Most likely. That child has carefully studied your moves from the last game. And has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you are most likely to suspect from the start. That makes sense. I was true both last time and the time before that. The servants who know everything about dimension and who walk around with keys always fall into the most suspicious category of people. A good example in the last game would be Jessica's close room. If I'd only accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a close room. Nope. And so, that child went straight for them, probably to block off a method of stage you'll be likely to attempt sooner or later. Pat's already proclaimed in red that there are no more than 18 people on this island. In other words, it's time to give up on that. Now I've got to suspect one of the 18. A child will probably come at you by stealing pieces for all the 18, while also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist. For then you would be forced to accept that your opponent is a witch. After all, now that the intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing you magic, the only remaining option is a front one. Perfect. Bluffing won't work anymore. Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. No matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Forget that. Sure, as if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Come on out, Patricia. Let's get started. I'm already seated at the table of the contest, and my turn is already complete. You'd think we would end up having Madame as our foe. This will not be easy, milady. Our moves will be read thoroughly. I care not. By now, teachers' moves are all old-fashioned classics. There's nothing to fear. So, just what moves can you make beyond the classes I taught you? I look forward to seeing Beatrice. You okay with this, battler? Can someone who denies witches really accept the witch as a strategist? Her stupid provocation is pointless. This is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit. That this is the fifth fight between you and me. Oh, he's using boxing terms now. Battler, do you know what happens when you get down 3 times in the same round? Because you are 1 down away from that. I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs training wheels on his bicycle. Do as you like. Come, let us begin. It's your turn. Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Virgilia, quickly, please. The first corpse discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor of the first floor of the mansion. The door and windows were locked, and a closed room was established. Beato, I need some details. Let's reconfirm the definition of a closed room. Indeed. The term closed room refers to a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, it will be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside. Henceforth, this shall be referred to as Beatrice's closed room definition. Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside? I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as a fishing line or long, thin rod. In conclusion, there are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work. I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, you should be able to interfere with radio waves. Like with a remote control, right? Very well. I'll add this to this definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control should be impossible. There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device connected that wouldn't count as a remote control, right? The phones are already unusable, are they not? Whatever. I'll include that too. All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible. What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without someone entering the room, right? Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not. In other words, you can't make it so your definition includes the blocks of all methods of communication with the outside. That is indeed the case. Understood. We got it, guys! We got her ass. It was hypnosis all along. She can't deny the hypnosis theory. So, Shannon-chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right? Correct. Closed room definition. Understood? Continue, Virgilia. Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this. That. Repeat it. How many master keys this time? The same as last time. There are 5. 1 for each servant. What a beautiful note. I feel like I'm being hypnotized by it. Yeah. Me playing Galerian's one. Which means this still isn't a closed room. There are still 4 master keys left. It just means that after Shannon-chan was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it. Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found. Yes. Alongside the corpse, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Instead of a letter, the key to a guest room on the 2nd floor was inside it. The key to... Oh, that's how they found the other bodies. I see. The key to a 2nd floor guest room. The only key other than the master key that can open the door to the 2nd floor guest room. Is that definition correct? Indeed. There is no problem. And unlike the master keys, only one of those exists. In other words, apart from 5 master keys, there will be only one key that can unlock certain rooms. In other words, this is a message telling them to go to the 2nd floor guest room next. Did the adults move to the 2nd floor guest room, right? Yes. The door to the 2nd guest room was locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key they had found near Shannon's corpse. Inside, Kumasawa's corpse was discovered. It was a closed room. One that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Kumasawa was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And like in Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Inside was the key to the 3rd floor waiting room. The relatives moved to the 3rd floor waiting room. So, there was a magic circle on the door to the 3rd floor waiting room, and that door was locked? Yes. Inside the room, Gora's corpse was discovered. The room was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Gora was in possession of one master key. Relatives collected this, and like up until now, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered, inside of which was the key to the 2nd floor VIP room. And that's where they found Genji? The relatives moved to the second floor VIP room. What's going on here? What are you planning? There's no need to glare, is there? It may be a closed room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct? And besides the master keys, I've even given you keys specific to each room. I don't like where this is going. But I'm starting to see how it'll turn out. So it continues like this for all 6 people? Yes, that is correct. Inside the second floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Inso's corpse was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered. They moved to the chapel. Inside the chapel, Canon's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the first floor parlor was discovered, and so it's a loop. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete. In addendum, along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the western envelope found near Kinza's corpse. The contents of the letter were as you saw. It further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the Ep3. In that case, what's going on? It was the last place where Kanon-kun was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon-chan was. That makes 6 closed rooms all tied together, right? That's correct! The 6 closed rooms are all connected. The keys to unlock each one are all shot up inside the next room. In other words, the 6 closed rooms form 1 massive closed room. And all the master keys as well as the individual room keys are shot up inside it. Furthermore, all of the doors and windows in the 6 rooms are normal. No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as an auto-lock. What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it? Once again, milady, that is not dignified. Ronald rebuked her. Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame. Sorry. Playing with Battler just puts me into such a good mood. So, Battler, what do you think of my move? If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I make the ghosts carry the corpses. And seal all of the rooms with magic, okay? Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory that you claim is true. Oh, he's gonna listen respectfully. He's woke now. However, I can claim my human theory. Even though it's completely different from yours without any interference from your claim. In other words, there's no need for me to pay attention to your bullshit. Go ahead and show me how you can lock the door with your multicolored magic simply by waving your magic staff. Just like those guys with their Toto and all-purpose kitchen knives. Virgilia, let's reconstruct the crime scene. Search for a weakness. Were they all definitely dead? If one of them is just plain dead, this isn't a closed room at all. Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. However, due to the devil's proof, it is impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0. Here it is, that devil's proof. But there exists a sword that can carve that up. What's up with them? Looks like they're having a good time, leaving you out of the discussion. His opponent, am I not? Doesn't he have any time to spare for me? Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is not necessary to the act of competing in chess. Every time you communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him. Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray. For some reason, I don't like it. You're challenging him to a chess match, are you not? That's true, but... That Doriche puffed out her cheeks as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it. Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side's ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have that child repeated in red. Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it. The 6 victims are all dead. Milady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not? Hey, enough lazing around. Why Vandler don't fuck me? Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts. Huh? Ow, ow! Sorry, that's fine. I'll answer. These 6 are all dead. Ginzo, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumazawa. Why are you so out of it? Okay, so I've already got one out of you. We'll start by denying that classic trip where the victims are playing dead. Oh, thank fucking god, because I hate running in circles about that theory. I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise one after another. Then repeat this. No one is hiding any of the 6 rooms. Let's see you deny the existence of people we weren't aware of. I'll answer. There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms. Okay. Now, I'm sure it's only the 6 of them in the can. And they aren't pretending to be dead. What will you do? What will you do? As if a human could manage anything by now. Obediently kneel to the fact that I can control locks at will with my wonderful magic, okay? Quit babbling. Repeat this too. The 6th death were instant death. Instant death? Oh, what do you mean by that? It means there is a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room. And after locking her from the inside to create a closed room, they passed away. A classic closed room murder trick. One required that the victim receive a fatal wound and then die later. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holds up inside the room to escape the murderer, and then dies after locking the door. In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth. Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasure sword. The 6 died instantly. By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked. Well, it might still have taken them several seconds or minutes to die in the complete sense of the word. But regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any actions of their own will. In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths. Up until this point, I've just been checking for the classic tricks. Now is when our showdown over the closed rooms really starts, okay? If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside. So they somehow killed from outside the rooms. Have you lost your mind? After all, a closed room equals murder is impossible from the outside, right? That's why only a magical murder would be possible. No, that's wrong. There are approaches a murder really happened equals it is in a closed room. No matter how much you try to trick me, this definitely is in a closed room. It's a sham that only looks like one. However, Battler-sama, only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. And, by Milady's closed room definition, remote murders from outside the room had been clearly denied, had they not. Wait. The definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right? It's It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the room and strangling the victim inside the room. For example, a trap would make for an excellent remote murder. A trap? Oh, and what might that be? Just as an example, let's say that they were instructed to enter the room that someone had picked out beforehand, and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed rooms themselves. A trap was set up in those rooms that they didn't know about, and that's what killed them. How's that? That doesn't contradict anything. There are no problems. It corresponds to the existence state. There are no problems on our side either. Now this sounds like a fucking trial from Phoenix Wright, because we have assistants and everything. It does not conflict with Milady's closed room definition. What's with that stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right? What form did that trap have? What was it hidden in? How did it operate? Explain that for all 6 of them in the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Well, you can you? I refuse to counter that. There's no need for me to explain. And failing to do so doesn't damage my claim. What did you say? Vatorice, it's a devil's fruit. The fact that he cannot explain the nature of the trap does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap. Well done. Well, overbearing, a wonderful move. This guy's getting completely used to this. Check. Due to murder trap bags that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder. I'll kill that check with a red truth. The 6 were not killed by traps. And the definition of a trap? Oh, that's it. Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own. Oh, and that's not all. It also includes things activated by remote control or by a timer. Everything of that sort. So it repairs well arrangements that could carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out. Perhaps we might sum it up that way. How's that? I've struck that. As if I'd let a human cross this closed room. You're looking pretty frantic to win too. What? What do you mean? She's kind of getting owned by half-assed arguments that don't need to be explained. She's getting owned by the kind of stuff you'd hear in a D&D table. You're frantically fighting to make me accept your existence. Until now, I thought I was just being toyed around with by you one-sidedly. But that's not actually true. You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally really feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not. This is a fight between you and me on an even footing. Okay, now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? All 6 died in closed rooms and no outsiders were inside. There was no meddling from the outside, and also no traps. Up until now, I probably started suspecting that this had to be the work of magic. And if you decided to show off some bizarre magic at this moment, I might even have to surrender. It's that favorite strategy of yours. You intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show up some strange magic and take the game all at once. That short temper is something this child had always had, along with the bad habit of roughing things with victory is in sight. After all, milady cannot stand putting off a match. Hey, shut up! Shut up! It's Battler's turn, right? I finished off that trap piece you advanced. What should I repeat next? Show me. Show me what you got. Right. Now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect close room murder at a glance. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. Here it comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you going to spin that around? Show me! Yeah, I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people could be killed inside a closed room from the outside. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from outside the rooms. The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms. That's it. This is the answer. If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprits, this closed room can be explained extremely easily. What? Ridiculous. I believe I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead. Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 were victims who got killed. But if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room. Certainly, if the culprit locked themselves in the final closed room and threw away their own life, this closed room chain would be established. The suicide of the culprits. Normally, it would be an unthinkable, but the argument that the unthinkable cannot exist cannot be used, and he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. A truly powerful move which can only be used in a chess match against the witch. Well, one cannot be certain that there was no motive. For example, it has been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live. Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and use his own death to send a message. It might be possible to attach such a motive. Milady, it is our turn. Indeed. To think you'd trample even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man. I'll set up the dead as the culprits. This worse than inhuman move is one you used to attack Kanon-kun in the last game. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back of you with this mill, as a tribute to Kanon-kun for that time. Just now, I freed that Kanon-kun from his regrets. Ugh. You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths. I recommend that you have that child repeated in red. Right. But suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Battle, this'll stop you. Repeat it. The 6 deaths were all homicides. That is painful. What's wrong? All 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming that simple premise we've had from the very beginning, right? Can't you repeat it? I refuse to repeat it. There's no reason in particular. You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same as resigning, right? Checkmate. One of the 6 was the culprit, and they planned to commit suicide after constructing the closed room. That's all. Wait. No, I'll say it. I'll say it. I'll use a red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. How's that? Are you satisfied? Struck back. I've struck back. What the hell? They can say it. But that's strange. Why are you so panicky? It's sheer imagination. This time, even I'm feeling the pressure. That's right, I don't have any leeway. Pay it no mind. The line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fools. Ugh. It's Seems not to have worked, milady. That's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. She changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide. Which means one of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. I've got it. I've got it. This is the truth. Culprit X, who was hiding among the 6, murdered the other 5 and then set up a closed room. After that, they planned to escape from or hide in that room by some method. However, they got in an accident. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected. Then ended up a close rumor that even they hadn't desired. Now it's over, Beatrice. Checkmate. Damn it! Did you think I'd be cornered by something like that? I'd never announce my resignation over something like that. I'll splice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasure sword over and over again. None of the 6 died on accidental. Yeah? My apologies. We request some time to strategize. Please allow us a brief postponement on this matter. It's a fair request. Perhaps you shouldn't accept it. Sure. Take a break. I've been giving those a lot lately. Now it's your turn to take one. Thank you very much. Come, milady, this way. And let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads. Arnav quickly covered Bato's mouth with his hand, as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Bato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference. We did it! Damn. That demon butler. When Bato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to corner her. Bato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Oh yeah, we've seen that a lot in the Shannon scenes. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited. Arnab certainly is thinking clearly. He probably gave your opponent some time to cool down. That child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check, and was about to easily let several large pieces go. After all, the first twilight is only a skirmish. The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw. So, what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate or didn't I? Battler, how do I explain this to you as somebody who has been trying to come up with theories for all the previous episodes? What you just did is the thing that you do as a temporary answer that you know is going to immediately get trumped the moment the next murder happens. But it is valid for now, so there's that. If you just stop reading and never find out what happens next, you can claim that you were right. That child was about to say something in red. You probably wouldn't have reached the checkmate yet. But most likely, you can expect your opponents to resign once they've cooled their heads. You're joking. You know she hates listen that much. Yes. In a losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try and minimize your losses. The difficult part is gauging whether it's a losing battle or not. Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision. Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me. However, you should count this as your victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss. but they certainly sustained considerable damage. The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depths of that wound quite clear to you. Seriously. It feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. As we talk, Ronald returned with Bato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore. She's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got mad and hit you. Like a little kid at the playground after being taken away by their parents and being told to apologize. Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move? I resign. For now, I will let you have your victory. Beato told me that frankly. It seems she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow. Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. You should treat it more like a tie than a loss. I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round. When you find a dog drenched with rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something? Nope. I'm not you. Even though she'd ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigns. That's the one result of the first Twilights. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the 6 closest culprits, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. I mean, yeah, we were getting too close to just giving the game away, I feel. I personally don't know the answer. But I feel like we were like one red text away from getting too big of a clue. Hello, Flo. Welcome. You would play League with Beto? That's nice. Do you think she would get mad if she started losing? It felt less like I'd won, and more like I'd let her slip away at the last seconds. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanation. She would be typing in all chat all game. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I could create as many strange fixes as I wanted and use them as fighters in their arguments. But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. There is the whole thing of this, there is the whole burden of proof thing in the real world, that's true. This first Twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beto wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason I felt like I had been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. I managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. I think that is the first time Battler has directly alluded to one of the 18 being the culprits, even if they didn't point fingers to one specific person. I mean, that's how he managed to do it. He didn't feel as bad doing it because he wasn't pointing fingers to anybody specific. Like, yeah, one of the 6. Okay, which one? I don't know, one of the 6. Yeah, but which one? Shannon? I don't know. Maybe. When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin room in the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the second floor cousin room. George was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the second floor. I'm starving. And if we just keep sitting around, we'll get sleepy too. It's only natural. We didn't get any sleep at all last night. We will probably end up being barricaded here for a full 24 hours. It may be wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves. True. My husband and I will remain here, so I ask that anyone having trouble staying awake take it easy and rest. They're gonna die with no servants to cook. There's nobody serving cards right now. Our opponent might be expecting that, right? Even if they couldn't defeat as many people, if that number shrinks enough, they may plan to use that moment to strike. There are 7 of us here. We could take 3-hour shifts in pairs. Tomorrow morning's a long way off. We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be tough. Sure will. Anyone sleepy? Don't overdo it and get some rest. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. Nobody? Well, don't overdo it, everyone. If we get tired, we'll deal with it then. I'll admit I'm sleepy, but I'm not in the mood now. As Eva spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph. And she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Eva took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied into it. Is this that epitaph? Yes. I hate doing what the culprit says, but we do have time to waste. I think it's the perfect way to stave off boredom. Not a bad way to kill time. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings? Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite just a little larger. Natsuki-san, do you have a slightly large piece of paper? There should be paper in the servant's room. I will bring some. Natsuki immediately brought a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Oh, a B4. Not an A4. Kirie borrowed Eva's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Then everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd. I've heard about it, but really, this is a tough riddle. I don't have a clue what it's talking about. At one point, I also did my best to solve it, but I was just as clueless. If you did know, you wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money. After all, it's 10 tons of gold we're talking about. This is the first time I've read it through it seriously, but roughly speaking, couldn't this be split into 3 parts? I've been thinking this since last night. You really are a good thinker, Kirie-san. Perhaps you'll be able to easily solve this riddle that we couldn't. Here. Kirie is sharp. She might find a more interesting take on him if she comes in without any confusing biases. That's right. Kirie-san, would you mind giving us your honest opinion after reading the epitaph? I doubt you'll find it useful. You all give me too much credit. That's fine. Just say whatever comes into your head. Let's hear your thoughts. The hints you give always help me out when I'm worried. Oh, I have been helpful. It's nice to finally hear about this now. Come on, don't I always thank you? You two sure are close. I'm jealous. And the rest of us would also love to hear these hints of yours. You're just killing time anyway, so relax, okay? Kirie was disturbed at being praised so highly for something so strange. But they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, she decided to accept the role she'd been given. I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but, well, I'll put forward my ideas. Indeed. What did you mean in the beginning about how it could be divided into 3 parts, roughly speaking? Well, I just mean what I said. I think that overall, the epitaph can be divided into 3 sections. First, there are the 5 lines up until "There sleeps the key to the gold." Up until this point is the first part, which directs you to the location of the key. And then there's a part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refer to the location of the golden land itself. The bind boom. The remaining 6 lines make up the part after the golden line has been reached. By right-clicking System Tim's the tutorial message. I see. It can be divided into 3 parts about the key, the golden land, and the golden land's treasure. Even we have been able to grasp that much. The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure. Nissan, don't butt in any more than you have to. Let Kirie-san speak her ideas freely. Kirie, please continue. We see it the same way you do so far. So then, I wonder about the meaning of that thing in the beginning, the beloved hometown. Normally that would refer to where grandfather lived, right? Since father went to all the trouble of telling us that it's beloved, we can imagine that it's a hometown he had strong feelings for. Did father come from Odawara? Odawara is definitely where he was born. But I don't think that's the hometown he loved. I imagined all of us siblings have the same place in mind. Right? This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth. Being made to Yoshinomiya family head was probably Dad's greatest bit of misfortune in life. Probably. Father didn't actually want to become the head. So where is this place? Is there a river there where sweet fish swim? Maybe there was at the time. There's been a lot of developments there since then, and the sweet fish might have disappeared. It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether sweet fish were there during grandfather's boyhood years. And there probably isn't just a single river. Oh, Bug, it's the song that you were asking about the other day. I believe we all gave this thorough investigation geographically. We even went to the actual place to investigate directly, you know? That was only at the vacation, but the townscape had changed completely since father's time. After all, it was caught up in that war, wasn't it? By now, even precisely locating the place father lived is impossible. I imagine that if father went there himself now, even he wouldn't be able to pick out the place he'd lived anymore. Well, after all, those guys had also gone through a remarkable recovery. Does that part about a sweet fish river bring any place clearly to mind? Well, yeah. After all, they're sweet fish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there are countless rivers that lie with. Any stream that innocently went switchfish fishing is probably buried by the development later. It'd be different if we had a map from before the war or a person who knew a lot about how the area was before the war, but it probably isn't something like that. What do you mean? Behold the Switchfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. After these two lines, there's a single blank line. Something is being presented with just these two lines. What if the next three lines continue based upon that something? What do you mean something is being presented? I don't know. At any rate, what we can get from these two lines alone isn't something vague, like the question of which river it might be, but the clear presentation of the keyword, river. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. What sort of impressions does the word sweetfish give? Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they got out into the ocean right after they're born. When they get big, they go back to the river to live there, and they spawn there and end their lives there. Well, they leave their home at one point, but then they get big, they come back and lay eggs. Might be able to link that to the idea of a planned prosperity. Oh? They're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean? I didn't know that. I figured river fish wouldn't be able to live in the sea. And they're called sweetfish because they have a pleasant aroma. I've never eaten one, but I've heard that they can be quite delicious when grilled with salt. What's that, Nazizan? You've never eaten salt-grilled switchfish? They're delicious. You should try it sometime soon. It's a food for commoners, hardly appropriate for your mouth. This is just my wild idea, but the impression I get from a Sweetfish River makes me suspect the family tree. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right? It reminds me of myself. You're right. By this point, I can confess that I've sometimes suspected that it refers to you and Maria-chan. I see. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. If you go down the family tree, all you find is Maria's name. Only her name has an Ri or Sato, the character father uses for village here. Isn't that right? But as you all know, father doesn't like Maria, and he almost never speaks with her. And in the past, father told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just decided to go with Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that, given that it's very hard to imagine that he would reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would succeed his wealth and inheritance. Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph? Yes, of course. But she seemed to have no idea what the answer was. She didn't have a clue, and she kept on going on about that same occult stuff, about how it was the resurrection ceremony for a witch. A connection between father and Maria. Certainly, they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. Can't imagine that refers to Maria either. What sticks to me is how he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line. Like you all said just now, if father was reluctant about becoming the Yoshinomiya family head, would he have fond memories for anything connected to that? I don't think this can be Odawara, which represents the Yoshinomiya head family. I believe this word beloved here at the beginning must refer to a place full of very important memories to father. Well, that's fine. It would be hard to pinpoint since we don't have even a trace of a map from that time. But at any rate, there were probably several rivers with fish running in them near Dad's hometown during his youth. That's where we're looking for a river with water flowing down it, right? And then? Go on, Kirie-san. I don't really understand 3 lines starting with, as you travel down it, you will see a village. It's probably linked to the 2 lines about the Sweetfish River. I imagine it's something we'd understand automatically if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. Until we figure that out, it's probably useless to try and solve those 3 lines any further. So we're stuck unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously. What's up with the sweetfish? Did Dad like to eat them? Or do they have some special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it? If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow. It might be better to be flexible and avoid thinking too deeply. Focusing on an abstract image of a river where fish swim or something that can flow up or down. Then, the answer behind the Sweetfish River passes through the next 3 lines and makes its way to the key to the Golden Lands. If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into 3 parts. There's actually 4 parts. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Lands, journey to the Golden Lands, and the treasure of the gold. Truly intriguing. Well, you've gone this far. Would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion on the most central portion of the epitaph? Up to the point where we reach the Golden Land and the 10 Twilights. That's the most symbolic and also the most disturbing part. Since the word sacrifices keeps coming up, I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult ceremonies. How did you see it, Kirie-san? Kirie recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied into it as though she was looking through it. This is very difficult. It starts with the one who obtains the key, so you probably won't be able to continue without knowing what the key means. I'll have to give up on that, but I'll take a shot at trying to solve it anyway. Just like how the Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it. It's also doubtful that this key is actually something shaped like a key. Right. It might also be a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrifices for the first Twilights. In that sense, we can say for sure that this key isn't being used to open the door to the Golden Lands. Camilla wants you to solve this. This one is probably harder to solve than solving all the murders, I'm gonna be real with you. This one is incredibly difficult to solve by yourself. And I mean, it makes sense. Solving all the murders is not gonna give you a 10 tons of gold reward, but solving this one is, so it would make sense for this one to be harder. If you solve the murders, you get nothing. You don't even get to live. But if you solve this, you get a ton of gold. But what a disturbing key it is. A key that can choose 6 human sacrifices. How would a key select anything? Do you spin it like a roulette? This key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices, even you, the viewer at home, correct. Send all your answers to Beatrice underscore the golden at live.com, and maybe you'll and to see if you got your answer right. This doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices. For example, it could be an anagram. Oh fuck, if it's an anagram we're fucked, because this is an anagram in kanji. You figure she'd use Yahoo Mail? Yeah, probably, you're right. Anagram? Do you mean playing with letters? Yes. I've been thinking about it ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree, and about how village was a part of Maria-chan's name. It seems that even ever since the words beloved hometown came up, Rudolf-chan, for example, assumed that this epithet points to some coordinates or some other geographical feature. But that might not be the case. This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters. Forgive me, but how does one play with letters? Oh, well, it's like Tucker Mary Barrels. What do you get when you take out the E's and the R's? Like that. Well, you were raised well enough to so you probably don't know. Mary? Take out the E's and the R's? Huh? She doesn't get it. It is undignified, King. Inappropriate for you. Only Natsui didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. Oh, she's so moe. It seems she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified. One by Rudolf and Eva sniggers. Natsuhine-san, it's something like this. This is just something from Maria's book of riddles, okay? There's this thing called a tanuki notebook. It's a notebook written like a code, with a lot of tas mixed in. And if you remove all the tas, then the true paragraph pops up. It's a game like that. Oh, I see. Natsui finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolf had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. So maybe kill actually means remove in that sense, right? Yes, I also thought that. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters. In other words, the ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here. This is getting complicated. Playing with letters, is it? In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it's apparently a stylish form of humor among intellectuals in the English world. It's easy to imagine that father was interested in it. By this point, I quickly lose my ability to understand it. Up until this part, it may have been filled with mysteries, but it was extremely sequential. Switchfish River, go down it, then find the key. All of that is extremely sequential. And as a result, we can guess that we gain a 6-character key. But in that case, we now don't know what we kill the 6 characters from. That's right. Where do we pull the 6 characters from? It doesn't tell us. Oh, she's here now. In the second twilight. Where are those who remain? Which means that, at the very least, that something has a limited number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 characters are removed. And yet, we don't know what this something is, even though it should be shown to us at the beginning. Are we wrong even in our assumption that this is playing with letters? Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were about to reach a noble understanding that they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just one step short. Darn it! Then Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter. Sorry. Strangely enough, by spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like I can't stand missing breakfast. Nuts. Isn't there anything to eat here? There should be at least be enough set aside for breakfast. I will prepare it. I'm also starving. I'll bet those brats above us are the same. Still, I doubt there's enough for 18 people. Much less a full 3 meals, right? Rudolphs, there aren't 18 people. I don't know if you've been paying attention, there's 12 now. 6 people are dead. That's right. It'll be a long journey till tomorrow. Maybe we'd better take a trip back to the mansion and fish around for some canned food or something in the kitchen. There's nothing more than crackers and snacks here. But if that will be sufficient, I can get them ready for you all. But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch. I will do for now. We wouldn't mind getting those ready. It looked like the men had taken over with an appetite that stopped all thoughts. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Eva kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it. Playing around with letters was nothing more than a theory of mine. There's a chance it's mistaken. Eva-san, don't take it too seriously, okay? Thank you. I'll just keep doing this on my own. Would you mind leaving me alone? Eva spoke coldly. Hideo didn't bother her anymore and instead went to help Natsuki prepare breakfast. Ne-san, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast? Then you go help. I'm busy solving this. Sorry. Then I'll help. Good grief. How could you be like that? Huh? The Yoshinomiya family headship will be given to the person who solves the epitaph. It looks like you've given up from the beginning, as it has nothing to do with you. But if you can solve it, there's a chance even you'll be able to receive the headship. This is a chance to steal everything from Nissan. Why aren't you taking such a once-in-a-lifetime chance more seriously? Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late. She regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood. If you noticed anything, say so. Even though Kiria-san and I were thinking hard, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you? Come on. Isn't there anything you've noticed? Come on. Don't you think this part's strange? Strange? What is? It's just that this whole section's written like a journey to the Golden Land, right? You reach the Golden Land and you receive its treasures. What's your point? You think there's some sort of keyword tied to those treasures? No, not the treasures themselves. Look, in the 10th Twilights, isn't how you receive the treasures strange? Huh? Ah! Why does it say we'll receive the treasures once and for the last time? If we only get them once, then there's no point telling us it's the last time. And then the same thing in reverse. But I'm probably splitting hairs over nothing if you think about it. It is father we're talking about, after all. He probably just said it that way to make it sound more dramatic. Boring! Oh, what is boring? Boring, boring. My. What on earth is the child grumbling about? She's probably annoyed by all the tips you gave Battler-sama, madam. Not really. That doesn't annoy me. On the contrary, I'm happy to see that useless Battler finally reach a level where he can match me. Did Battler and I get a little too close? Perhaps us old fogies had best left you young ones alone. When Virgilia and Ronald giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limits. Ah! Enough with everyone laughing at me. Ronald, vanish for a while. Disappear, disappear! Certainly. Then I shall rest for the time being. Ronald bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea. When you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself. I knew it. I did have this feeling it might be a bit too early. I suppose I was right after all, wasn't it? If you had led him further astray first, things might have been different. But as it was, that trump card was a real waste. You ended up rousing him instead. In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed the second victory condition. One of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he'd been tossed about by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had roused the red carelessly, proclaimed that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18. And he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him, like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile spot. He was brittle. That itself should have been his greatest weak points, but... Did I get a little too careless after my complete victory last time? Yes, you were too careless. The last game was a difficult one for Battler-kun, but it seems this game will become a difficult one for you. A broken base will never return to its original form. So it would be more constructive to think of a next move, rather than regretfully picking up the pieces. However, now that Battler has figured out as much as he has, how should I plot against him? Your troubled face is an even better snack than Renault's cookies. Oh. You and Battler and even Renault are treating me like sweets now. Even though I'm not sweet at all. With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table. Teacher, at least give me a hint. Oh? What kind of hint? If you know some really good move that'll leave Battler speechless and make him want to accept me. I won't tell you to say it outright, so... even if it's just a hint. A bear could have done it. I can't. I'm on Battler-kun's side right now, so I couldn't teach you something that would give you an advantage. Come on, don't be so stingy. You're just in trouble, right? I seem to remember you brazenly boasting that you had surpassed your teacher. Ugh. Please act like an old person and give me just a bit of your crafty ideas. Please. It's mean if you only help Battler. My. You're still a spoiled child. But it's true that I may have given Battler-kun a few too many hints. It did serve as a scolding to you, but perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Please, teacher. At least just a hint now. This is only a hint. Think about what it means by yourself, okay? Yeah, yeah. I'll think about it myself, so please. Please give me one that'll leave Valor down in the dumps, teacher. Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Adler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic. Virgilia sighed at how childish Beato still was, despite all the time that had passed. Then, just a hint. Like, oh man, at this point, if Beato didn't win you over in episode 2, by this point she's like very difficult to take her out of first place, right? Then, just a hint. Do you know Face-Off's fable, The North Wind and the Sun? Of course. It's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other to see who can steal the cloak of a traveler, right? That's right. Violence. She's actually awesome. Violence and patient methods aren't necessarily the best decisions in all cases. You don't have to tell me that. I already reflected on the mistakes I made when I was too anxious to achieve a victory. Think well about what this means. And furthermore, there's one point that Balor seems to be misunderstanding a bit. But he isn't the only one. Do you understand the victory conditions of this game? What else is there, other than making Battler surrender? See? You're already wrong there. How am I wrong? Your victory isn't making Battler surrender. Isn't it making Battler accept your existence? What's this? You want me to butter him up, begging him to accept me as a witch? How foolish. I haven't sunk that low. Grr. That's a growl like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever. That is my hint. For the rest, you'll have to consider deeply on your own. In any event, the moves up until now will not work on Vanderpool. A significant tactical adjustment will probably be required. I don't need you to tell me that. I don't have a clue what you mean by the North Wind and the Sun, but at any rate, I realize I have to alter my course. I'll introduce a scheme clever enough to surprise even you, teacher. I look forward to it. I wonder how Badlercombe will tackle that. I wish you good luck as well. After Battler, you mean? Are you gonna give up and resign already? Oh, look, it's her. It's young Eva. She's back. I guess you are that tired. If only you just grab a futon and sleep. As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness, I was sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa. I scolded myself. You also dreamed about stealing the position of family head for Kraus, right? Even though my magic's giving you a chance, are you already throwing it away? You could say that, but this riddle is really hard. Even a wire puzzle would be better. At least in that case, you know for sure that it's solvable. But in the case of this epitaph riddle, we've been given no reason to be sure of that. It might just be fighting a useless battle. Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I'd been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it on so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort ever since I was a child. And the place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands? With the book? No. The door right there in front of me, ready to be opened. And it's still unable to reach the other side. That's right. Your hand is already on the door. Come on, open it with all your strength. And read the characters written on the door. Open it with all my strength. Read the characters written on the door. Strain your eyes. See through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook. The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past father held dear happened during his childhood years. That's right. And what about the Sweetfish River? There are several rivers where they swim, and there's reason to doubt that this just refers to one close to the place father lived. If we take out a map and start calculating which rivers with Sweetfish were closest, things will quickly get vague and we won't be able to narrow it down. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with the water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. It isn't a river. But where else could Sweetfish swim? Oh, but if we're talking about places Sweetfish can swim, then maybe the ocean has something to do with this. Didn't my husband even say that they go out into the ocean even though they're river fish? To the ocean. No. But... Huh? Did you notice? But that's just a faint memory. There's supposed to be a room for storing books in this building, right? If you investigate, you can make sure. If that's the Sweetfish River. And if the key might be a 6-character word. Then could the key actually be resting in that river? I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in Annapolis. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters. You really don't know? Think deeply. We're pretty smart, so our ideas are solid. Don't think of it like it's something as massive as the riddle of the epitaph. Like it's a child's riddle. Men are always children, no matter how old they get. Even if father has advanced into old age. That doesn't change the fact that he's essentially a child at heart. Only men do this. That's true. Throw away your awe, father. Think of this like it's a worthless infantile game with riddles. Like the ones Maria suddenly brought out in the boat. Riddles. Worthless. Infantile. Wow. I'm sure that was... Was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, that it's probably the case. No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library. We probably already noticed the answer. All that's left is to investigate whether it's correct or not. Come on, Eva. Let's go to the library, making sure no one sees us. There we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study. I'm sure we'll find a book that answers our question. Quickly. This is the first and last chance we'll ever get to make our dreams come true. When Nazi tried to lay a blanket over her, Eva suddenly jumped up. I'm sorry. It looks like I woke you. If you're asleep, you don't overdo it. You rest first. Thank you. I'm just going to the bathroom for a bit to wash my face. You should take it easy and rest. You're just gonna make yourself feel worse, you know? I told you, I'm fine. I'll be right back. After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. I may need to know the name of this song too. We'll get to it. I'll tell you all about this later. And the secret after party. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. Oh, there you go. It's Rhythm Changer. I wonder why it's called that. The library was next to the servant's room. Father always owned a vast book collection. But ever since he started to become engrossed with this occult hobby, that collection grew even larger. So that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as the study overflowed. This so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals. A shocking amount of them connected title columns. I can remember like 10 at best. That was very convenient for me, now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case one of those fucking books try to do something funny, I was ready to blow their fucking brains off. Their spine. You're not gonna teach me shit. I'm not here to learn. I'm just here to confirm what I already know. I checked the room with my gun ready, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Then I locked it from the inside. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. Am I doing a special stream for my birthday? I don't think so, because there's a very good chance I'm gonna have to leave town again for similar reasons as the last time. It's not a guaranteed, but it is very likely. What scared me was the thought that one of my... which sucks, by the way. I really hate that I have to do it. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. The longest journey, if only. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode. I wonder if any of the other siblings have noticed this. I don't think Krause and Wilf will notice. But I don't know about Kitty. She has extraordinarily good intuition. We better kill her. And I don't know about Rosa either. Rosa's stupid too. She always has been, incredibly so. Really. I'd say she was wise enough to make you think she was stupid. But she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice. Here it is. I wonder if we'll find it in this one. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages. So this is a Sweet Fish River. I see. This is what the Sweet Fish River means. Don't dawdle around. Research further. Yes, I understand. As you travel down it, you will see a village. By using the character Tata, does he mean a town or something? That's just an area of dense population, so there could be any number of those. Why have you stopped thinking? Oh, is this too much work for you? If only you just give up. If only you just hand the issue and your family headship over to Kirie. I don't want to. I will become the head. This is my first and last chance. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? Ah! In the village, look for the shore that you will tell you to come. I don't know how to read that. It means shore. Get it? I understand. Sure. Sure. Right before my eyes, a piece that I haven't been able to understand it all begin to snap into place, all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? This is one of the reasons why I was always reluctant to try and seriously solve this one, the Secret of the Gold, because I was like, well, this is a puzzle made by a Japanese person, and they love to add kanji to their puzzles. There's always something about kanji in their puzzles. There's always like, oh, this can be read this way, and blah blah blah, stuff like that. Hello, Shane and Raiders. Welcome, everyone. How's it going? You guys had a nice stream. We are currently doing part 3 of Umineko, episode 3. And I think we're close to the halfway point. So if you're worried about spoilers, are considering reading this later on, I would suggest you to turn off the stream and start reading it right now. But if not, you can hang out. You've never even heard of this before? Oh my god. This is the title of the 3rd episode of Umineko. The name of the whole thing is called Umineko When They Cry. And this is just the title of episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. But yeah, oh yeah, this is my favorite visual novel of the like 5 I've read. Because I haven't read that many, but this is my favorite one. Lurk, enjoy your lurk, Laha. But it is also we're very deep into spoiler territory right now. And a lot of things will not make sense to you, but you can give it a shot. Because we've been going for, like, what? So you turn down the game at least a bit? Yeah, sure. We've been going for at least 20 hours at this point, I feel. Something like that. Hopefully Laha heard you now that the volume is down. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really? But this isn't 6 characters at all. Am I absolutely sure this is the answer? But this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Oh, is believing in that too much for you? If only you just cry yourself to sleep and then you can just give up and die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Lands. Yes, this is the key to the Golden Lands. The key to our childhood dreams. The only keyhole this key can be stuck in is that place. That has to be what offering the sacrifices means. I'm sure you get it now, right? Ah! About 15 minutes later, 20, I think it was 20. This way? Go this way? They're inviting me to go this way. My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an open mouth in the eerie darkness. What's this? What is this? I was a fool. I hope you learned your lesson. When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. When I resolutely pushed the switch, the rough lights, like you'd find in a coal mine, turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into view. Eerily enough, it looked even more gloomy with the lights turned on. Near the light switch was that open and close switch. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So, for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards. That creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on these islands. There were cracks in the ceiling, and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I'd gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself. And there, characters had been written in a dark red paint. They'd probably been written a long time ago. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Lance treasures, once and for the last time. My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Lands. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied my gun again. But since, in the end, I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully hid my breathing, and opened the door. This place is... My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked to one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right. It had exactly the same atmosphere about it as a sealed VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint lights, the quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away. A bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable to sit in. An extravagant sofa and carpets. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I'd never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually had existed and had lived in this room. Is someone there? Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I timidly searched the interior with my gun raised. And at the back of the room, I found it. My gas came out strangely, like a bunny being choked. After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out. It's real! It's here. It's really here. Father's gold! On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. There's another banger of a track, by the way. This one is called Happiness of Marionettes. Everybody remembers the name of this one, because it is like such a big moment. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. I couldn't remember the song title for once. Wow, I'm surprised you couldn't remember Happiness of Marionettes. It was as though when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be the respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was attemptedly piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. I was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would probably be more than 10 million. The Yoshinomiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was slightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place. But it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count here and there and judging by the heights, there had to be a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. That's right. Of course. After all, there's 10 tons of gold, right? At the current value, there's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it before anyone else. I found it! In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out from my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold. But from now on, there would be no change in the fact that I had been the one to find it. Steal away the headship of the family. Some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Yoshinomiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold. At times, I thought that money is such a worthless thing. I thought there were so many things in this world you can't buy with money. But now I see that's just a lie. Just an excuse that the have-nots make for themselves. In front of this mountain of gold, I finally realized something so obvious. By using this money, I can give birth to all the happiness in this world. With this money, my husband's company is already saved. We will always be happy as a family. And I can even leave a vast sum of money to George. Let's go! The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear. At that time, George will use this gold. And just like grandfather did, he will revive the Yoshinomiya family's lost honor. George is a true successor to the Yoshinomiya family. It happened. My wish was granted. That dream I had wished for ever since I was born into this world as Yoshinomiya Eva has been granted completely at this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity. And I can also give my only son, George, eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Yoshinomiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it. And that means I truly have succeeded the Yoshinomiya family headship. I was successful. I did it. Honey. And George. Your mother, finally succeeded. No one will be able to threaten us now. That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights. Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Yoshinomiya Eva. Right here, right now, the sad half of our life will have its heart's desire granted. It's all thanks to you. I was given this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here. Thank you. But my magic wouldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. So, it isn't just the power of my magic. This is our victory. Because of that, congratulations, us. Thank you, me. Thank you, Yoshinomiya Eva. I'm glad I didn't give in before now. I'm glad that I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling. No, this is my magic. Our magic. Your magic was the real thing. Beatrice, the witch of the forest, is nothing more than an illusion. You're the real witch, a wielder of real magic. That's right. Right now, you are the golden witch, Beatrice. You can imagine how I was locked the fuck in when I read this the first time, right? Because it is such a left field development. Like, oh yeah, this thing is 8 episodes long. Oh, well, it's gonna be a slow burn. Nothing's gonna happen for like 5 episodes, and then we're gonna start locking in. Episode 3, they found the gold. What? Hello, Pinsy! How's it going? We found 10 tons of gold, Pinsy. We're rich. Eva decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place, she saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. Who is it? For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. They ate lunch with Beath. Congratulations, I hope it went well. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other. And eventually, they each realized who the other was. Rosa? Nesan, what are you doing in a place like this? That's my line. What business do you have in such a place? I shouldn't have given you that hint, Nesan. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad. It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went. What was waiting ahead of her? You should talk, even though I reached this place before you. I worry too much about the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. But when I heard that Sweetfish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it out. What's inside? Why not see with your own eyes? It definitely won't betray your expectations. Don't be afraid, Nessan. I never had any interest on who becomes the head. I don't even care about the Yoshinomiya family name. Honestly, I actually feel good about just stealing the headship from Kraus Nissan. He was always swaggering around because of it. Are you serious? Of course. I'm the outsider of Yoshinomiya siblings. Even if father had named me as the next head, there's no way Nissan would accept it. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let me see too, Nissan. This is proof of your victory. As long as I receive the proper portion that the siblings agreed upon, I plan to proactively acknowledge you as the true victor in this game. If you shoot me, then you'll have this gold all to yourself, won't you? The same goes for you. If you shoot me, this gold will all be yours. I really like this part because it's like Eva is having the moment where she's realizing, holy shit, my sister is a cold-blooded murderer. She would actually shoot me. Because up until now, Rosa has always been keeping her head down with the other siblings. And now she's bearing her episode 2 fangs. Yeah, I feel the same way, Camilla. But, you know, I like her. I think I like her now, but, you know, in the way that you can like a character that sucks. What really sold me on her was rereading episode 2 and seeing how she reacts when she's the only adult around. And getting an extreme power trip. Unlike all the other siblings, she really, really likes having a gun. She's really excited to be holding a gun. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Eva removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way. I mean, I think Kinzo is a cool lesbian even though he did all that. That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is attractive for both of us. But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island where it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse here, it probably wouldn't be found easily, but we couldn't be sure. Well, maybe not. No matter how many billion yen worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. On the contrary, I would pick Kraus Nissan and the others' ammunition to ring is all we're worth. I agree. It may have been a blessing in disguise that you're the one who showed up, instead of Nissan and Brutal. You're the sibling I trust him. Oh, that is a fucking lie. And Rosa knows that's a fucking lie. That is the biggest fucking lie she's ever said in this story. Enjoy food. Thank you. And you're the sibling I trust most, Nessan. That might be true, but it's not saying much also. Because she absolutely does not trust any of her siblings. Even if she's the most trusted one, the number is still in the negatives. If there's something we learned from episode 2, nobody hates her siblings more than Rosa. Eva has kind of led her entire life being a really spiteful bitch about hating Kraus. But the thing with Rosa runs deeper than that. I went to see the gold too. Want to have a peek? No, I feel like seeing it again too. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real. Unless I see it together with you and confirm once more that it actually exists. It feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear. Eva started descending the staircase once more. Have like baggage for being terrible people. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. So we learn about the... Hey, Rudolph is not a terrible person, okay? He's... I was thinking about this earlier. Out of the siblings, the most redeemable one is Rudolph. He's just he just cheated on his wife. That's all he did. And like, that's not a good thing to do, but considering everything else that all the other characters have done, cheating on your wife is the most forgivable crime. He even let his son run away from home. And when he came back, he actually allowed him back in. So he doesn't even hate his son like all the others do. His two biggest crimes were cheating on his wife and the fact that he raised Badler to be an idiot. Those are the two big things. But you know, Badler's a good kid. He's just a little bit stupid. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. No, yeah, that's Kraus, and not yet. Even though, at a glance, it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Then they reached the room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned speechless by the vast amount of gold. And I can imagine the scene where Eva goes, Look, Rosa, with only one single ingot of this money, you're gonna be able to, you and Maria are gonna be able to live happily forever. And Rosa's gonna be like, me and who? Rosa and Eva walked absentmindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned. It was time to snap to it and keep their guards up. Congratulations, Nessan. Thank you. You decided, didn't you, Nessan? 50% goes to one bearing the title of successor to the headship. It certainly worked out well for you. Now that portion is in Kraus Nissan's. So your share is now 50%, along with a quarter of the rest, for a total of 12.5 billion yen. Isn't that incredible? 2.5 billion is enough for me. Rudolf Nissan won't complain either. Kraus Nissan will probably be the only one to complain. Yeah, you're right. After all, Nissan is the de facto manager of Rokenjin. And since the gold was on their premises, even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if we don't handle it cleverly. It won't get complicated. Didn't we give it our all in that discussion last night with that in mind? I wonder if it will really go that smoothly. I've already completely forgotten over my excitement. I don't need more money. How you manage everything from here on is the real problem. That's a problem for the new head of the Ushinomiya family. A problem for you to enjoy, Nissan. It has nothing to do with me. That's some big talk coming from you. I'll support you as the second discoverer, if you'll at least give me the early payment we decided on. I'd like 150 Yilin yen by March. Yes, that will be fine. If you support me, I'll graciously pay that much. I'm not Nissan. Anyway, why don't we go and shock Nissan and the others? Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Krau's Nissan's shocked face as soon as I can. Wait a second, Rosa. Wait a while before telling everyone about it. Huh? Why? You idiots. Isn't it obvious? This is what that haughty Krau's Nissan and that sly Rudolph were talking about. Even if we do announce it eventually, it's certainly too early now. Unless we carefully investigate how to make our next move, it's possible that all of the gold will finally be will be snatched away by Nissan. Even though she was saying something extremely natural. Oh, Eva thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rosa's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised. What are you unsatisfied about? You know what kind of person Klaus Nissan is. Nissan, that's against the rules. What do you mean? Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it immediately? If you hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be destroyed. And that could lead to something worse in the future. With Krau's Nissan as crafty as he is, that violation of the rules will come back to bite you. Don't be stupid. This is Nissan's island. That gold just now wasn't cash. We're talking about the liquidation of a vast 10-ton mountain, right? It will take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash. And that will only work if Nissan's favor since he has practical control over the island. Don't you even realize that? I don't like it when you search out each other's weaknesses like that. All I want is to reach a clear decision regarding my 2.5 billion portion. Of course, if you were to give me 2.5 billion in cash right now, you'd be free to continue negotiating however you like. But until I have my share in my own pockets, I will follow the siblings' rules. How can you be so naive? You don't understand Nissan's craftiness at all. It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood why Eva was being so cautious. But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicion that Eva wanted to keep all of the gold to herself. Because she knew that Eva was at least as crafty as her other siblings. In other words, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Eva had to keep the gold all to herself, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold discovery. Rosa, sorry, but at least listen to me this once. Are you saying that if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to get me that 150 million? That isn't the way I wanted to say it. But if you really need that money, supporting me is a more realistic option. If you talk to Nissan and Rudolph, even the portion that's your natural right might disappear. You don't want that, do you? For a while, a severe expression that she'd never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness. No, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Eva made light of it, chuckling. My. How careless we must be to stand around here talking like this, even though a frightful murder case has just taken place, and the culprit might still be on this island. I'm sure it was just the servants play acting. There were no murders on this island in the first place. Oh? So, you do think that after all? The circumstances surrounding those 6 deaths show us that clearly. The crimes in that outside couldn't possibly have created those 6 closed rooms. Dr. Nan just said they were all dead. That was a lie too. This is all a complicated act that Father cooked up. All these servants are just playing dead. A murder never occurred in the first place. There's no way there's a murderer prowling around. Ha! I'm surprised you noticed. You look pretty scared, so I didn't think you'd figured out so much. I'm good at reading the mood of the situation. I've got you to thank for training me so well. That's right. Come to think of it. Now the servants are dead. Almost everyone on this island is a member of the Ushiomiya family. Fernando, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants. But when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared up to the second floor as he didn't want to get in the way. See, this is the second time, at least, considering what happened in episode 2, where Rosa reaches a conclusion that is pretty logical. And the only reason that we as a reader know that cannot be the case is because we already have the red text to deny it. So it is really sinking in the fact that, Rosa is smarter than she looks. All of it was an act to get us to try and solve that epitaph. And that's why you need to announce that you're the victor, Nessan. There's no way that burned corpse was really Father. He got a corpse with the right number of toes from somewhere, and went to all the trouble of burning it in that creepy way of his so we could see it. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere, watching to see how we'll behave. I'll bet he already knows you reached the golden land, Nessan. That's why you should announce that you're the winner soon. I'm sure Father will appear out of nowhere to applaud you and proclaim that you're his successor. Then again, I've still got to pester you for that 150 million, so I can't stand against you in any way. So you'll listen to what I say, and keep quiet about this Denison and the rest. Make your position clear, Rosa. I want to tell them. We made that rule just last night. We shouldn't just throw it away. Of course, I will announce it in front of the siblings. However, I want to closely analyze the situation first. We got to carry out 10 tons of gold, convert it into money, and distribute it fairly. Until I have proof that I can do all of that without Nissan getting in the way, I want some time to think. I only want to postpone my announcement until then. I'm certainly not keeping it a secret because I want it all for myself. You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right? Yes, of course. Even I want to rub it in Nissan's face as soon as I can. About how much time will you need to think? I won't know that much until I've thought about it. Will one night be enough? I can't promise that it'll take only one night. Out of respect for you, successor, I'll support you for one night. This year's family conference will end tomorrow morning, when a typhoon passes and a boat comes to get us. That's right, when the seagulls cry. I will remain silent until then. If you still feel that you need more time to think after that, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay? I'll support your position to the best of my ability. You really are cunning, aren't you? I'm surprised. Were you always this resilient? I guess it's true that women become stronger when they have a child. Yeah, sure. I realized that in myself when I had Maria. Understood. For the time being, thanks for your cooperation. We can talk about tomorrow when it comes. Yes, that's right. I'm convinced that you'll become a fair-minded successor to the headship. One who'd never even considered taking all the gold for herself. Isn't that obvious? I will split the gold evenly among the siblings. No way! I found it! Because we solved the riddle of the epitaph. So this gold is all mine. I won't give it up to anyone. I am the head of the Yoshinomiya family. I am. The witch inside Eva claimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't reach even close to Rosa's ears, and it probably didn't reach Eva's either. Okay. Indeed. I shall acknowledge it. You are the true head of the Yoshinomiya family, chosen by the witch's epitaph. Now, I acknowledge it upon my name. You are... That outfit, you couldn't actually be Beatrice. Maybe Beatrice was happy that Eva had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies crept up as though a storm of gold dust was spinning around the room. And the room shone the color of gold. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. There is no need to be so frightened. I am praising your exploits. Truly excellent. Imagine that you would spectacularly solve that riddle of the epitaph. It is worthy of my admiration. You're the one who sent that letter? So I'll inherit all the gold and Yoshinomiya family headship, right? You wrote that in your letter. I overcame that challenge. Indeed. I shall acknowledge it. Right now, all of the gold piled up here and everything of the Yoshinomiya family is for you to do as you please. After all, from this moment on, you're already the Yoshinomiya family head. Really? It's true, right? Right? Do not be agitated. I am openly praising you. As proof, I shall grant you this. Beatrice took a ring off her own finger and held it out to Eva. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring. Could this be? Indeed. This golden ring is proof of the Yoshinomiya family headship returned to me from Kinzo. From now on, it is yours. You may place it on your finger and hold it high before your siblings. No one should doubt that you have now succeeded the Yoshinomiya family headship. Eva stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday. Focused on this day over and over again, and it was now finally a certainty. This ring had now designated her as the head, and had been handed over to her, and timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand. In an instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. Ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, but in reality. That ring is also pleased. After all, it managed to reach you, one who dreamed of putting it on her finger for so long. The ring. Father's ring. How many nights have you dreamed of putting that on your finger as you have done now? The strength of those feelings became your magic and materialized itself. Now, you're worthy of calling yourself a great witch. Who are you? Are you really Beatrice? I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. the Ushinomiya family alchemist. In accordance with my contract with Kinzo, I will now pass everything on to you. All of the gold I entrusted Kinzo with, and all of the wealth he built up through that, and the honor of the headship of Ushinomiya family. And I will pass on my power and the title of the Endless Witch. The title? The Witch? I will pass on all of my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. Following my predecessor's example, I will hand over my name, Beatrice, along with that title. You may now call yourself by that name, Eva Gold. The chandelier lights, which had seemed dim, now felt too bright. By my name, I shall now commence the succession of the Golden Witch. The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle, and changed into a majestic place that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Eva automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Eva's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming. Ushinomiya Eva, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached the Golden Land. I praise that accomplishment, and hand over all of the endless magic, as well as the title of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. From this point forth, you may call yourself by my name, Beatrice. Come, raise your face, then stand and accept this staff. I am most grateful. Eva stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hands. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold, as though golden butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In the instant she succeeded the Golden Witch, Eva felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt like she was waking up, as though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born and was opening her eyes for the first time. It felt as though her true eyes inside her eyes were open for the first time in her life. Hey Bug, does this outfit seem familiar to you? Indeed. A fitting and beautiful outfit for the Golden Witch. Come, you may show yourself to all of those people. Let them know that the new witch is indeed you. Eva, no. The new Beatrice turned around timidly. She should have overcome. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with an applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea. Come, everyone! Replace all of the portraits of Beatrice with the new Beatrice. Lift up the words of celebration for the new Beatrice. And this is why I had to find a new stream category than the ones I was using beforehand. Because this was the image they used for this category, and it was a big spoiler. Like, yeah, just show the fucking portrait of Eva being Beatrice. Not a spoiler at all, no biggie. No, Beatrice. Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. I hope that you will become able to stand on your own as a proud golden witch, and as the Endless Witch. Well, the one I'm using right now is fine. It's just Valor pointing, which is not a spoiler at all. He's doing that shit all the time. Motherfucker loves to do that shit. Beatrice 2! Technically, it's Beatrice 3, as we've learned. Yes, I will do my best. I expect a composure befitting the Endless Witch from you, unlike my naughty predecessor. Teacher, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough of that. Beatrice, yes, true. Congratulations on the successor of the Golden Witch. New Beatrice-sama. I'm called Ronov. I'm of the 72 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch. If you are ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know at once. Thank you. Ronov is rude, but reliable. If anything confuses you in your new days as a witch, speak to this man and he should be able to help you. 18 guests, 7 Beatrices. This sounds like a board game kind of thing. Where of the guests, there's 7 Beatrices and you need to find out which one is which. Predecessor Beatrice-sama. It is a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even though we had finally been reunited. These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining for me. You have my deepest gratitude. Indeed, 1,000 years with you wasn't boring. So please take care of the new witch. Yes, I don't know. We'll obey the final order of the former Beatrice. You'd better thank me, okay? I gave my signature to recommend you for the succession of the witch, got it? In other words, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become a witch. So thank me a little, okay? This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Lambda Delta. The recommendation of a witch from the Senate was required for your succession as an Endless Witch. Lady Lambda Delta recommended you and became your guardian. Thank you. Hey, Beato, this kid isn't grateful enough. I think I'll take back my recommendation. The person making these recommendations shouldn't act like a child, right? If you sign, make sure you take responsibility. Lady Lambda Delta is also the Witch of Certainty. The Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm, to create a fate of certainty. She really liked and highly valued your efforts until today. Well, you had that unfortunate childhood and all that unrewarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with that. It's not like I felt sorry for you or anything, so don't be so full of yourself. Soon. From my point of view, your succession, well, it was more of a coincidence than a miracle. It isn't worthy of my recommendation. This is Lady Berncastel. She's quite hard to please. Still, you could say that just having her participate in the celebration makes you exceedingly lucky. I only came because this is a rare, once-in-a-millennium event. And I heard there'd be some good sake. Now, new Beatrice-sama, please come greet us as well. Huh? Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory were gathered in a line. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled. This is furniture that serves me. As a gift to celebrate your inheritance, I will send it to you. Once you succeed the position of the Golden Witch, you will need to carry out the resurrection ceremony for yourself. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory perform an essential role in that ceremony. They're a villainous sponge, but they serve their purpose. Captain, do whatever you wish. You'll always be by Beatrice-sama's side. Please order us to do anything you desire. We'll accomplish our task without fail. Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulations for the new witch. Even Battler showed up and congratulated her. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she was growing lightheaded due to the lack of oxygen. She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal. But there was just one thing she could understand. A feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth she could definitely understand. There's a portrait again. What is all this? Oh, hi, Battler. Of course I'm not gonna swallow this story, but what in the world does it mean? Aunt Eva's the new Beatrice? Are you saying she's turned into a witch? What the hell? I was also surprised to think that someone would be able to solve that riddle. However, that is the rule. I must follow it and pass on the position of the Golden Witch and name. It is hardly something to be surprised about. At the very beginning, you wrote that rule in a letter and announced it. Eva-sama was simply the first to be successful. That is all there is to say. Virgilia, are you there? Yes, here I am. What does this farce mean? Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up one after another is some of her bullshits, isn't this almost like Aunt Eva turned into a witch? Calm yourself. She has simply received the title of Endless Witch, and might call herself that in the future. This succession ceremony is certainly nothing more than an act to promote that child's explanation. Don't fall for the same move over and over again. That's right. That whole grand ceremony was all phony. But it's at least the fact that Aunt Eva solved the riddle of the epitaph. And at the same time, that means she succeeded Yoshinomiya family headship. After getting 10 tons of gold, Aunt Eva might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it? Damn it. It's as complicated as ever. Virgilia, are you seeing this shit? My. Is a boorish human unable to comprehend the grandeur of this ceremony? Oh well. Being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. I thought she was gonna say, it's what makes you Battler. I pity you, but I do not blame you. Damn it. Don't look at me like you feel sorry for me. Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check. And that's regarding this younger version of Aunt Eva. In other words, the definition of this new Beatrice. What is that? Even if I tell of it, you will just persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, correct? There's nothing in particular for me to explain. Feel free to believe in whatever it seems to be good to you. What it seems to be to me? And how should I interpret this? For now, it might not hurt to view it as a visualization of a separate entity inside Ushinomiya Eva. Of course, you cannot blindly accept the answer, but it is probably a reasonable theory to hold for the time being. In other words, I should think of Aunt Eva and her as the same person, right? Damn. I don't like where this is going. In any case, from now on, my name is no longer Beatrice. I have passed it on to Ushinomiya Eva. Which means that I'm nameless. Adler, do you have some name that'd be fitting for me? I shall accept your recommendation. How about a name that's refined, full of elegance, and a little cute too, if you can? Does Bata good enough for you? There's probably a big enough difference between Bata and Beatrice to keep people from getting confused. So, the same old Bata, is it? It doesn't feel wrong, but it's boring for some reason. They say the temperature of black tea in a woman's heart are difficult to gauge at any era. I'm a bat to your ass. Battler-kun, At any rate, stay calm for this point onwards. The fact that we can now tell her and Ushiromi Eva apart works to our advantage compared to the time when that child was still Beatrice. And that's exactly why I like it even less. What's she thinking? That Beato. Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Eva, who had the figure of her younger days and who now possessed the name Beatrice. It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, erecting this fantastical gold sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the golds. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch succession ceremony with a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings, just for that moment. It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. Aunt Eva, who had always yearned to succeed the headship, and who had worked hard since her youth without reward. Dude, I am seeing so much fucking symbolism here that I wouldn't get unless I read Higurashi. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter for the grand scheme of things, but there is a lot of hidden meaning in a lot of stuff if you read Higurashi here. It doesn't really click until you see Lambda Delta and Burn Castell show up. Had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph, and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams had been granted. I definitely won't accept witches, but Badler put his hands together, making a small sound. It didn't reach her ears, but it did bless her. Congratulations, Aunt Eva. You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints. Good for her. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushinomiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely. As they were joined by Badler's applause, Beato also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene. Badler and Beato, who opposed each other, were standing side by side and applauding the same person. I'm not applauding for a witch. I'm clapping for all of Aunt Eva's efforts up until now. As am I. I offer my sincere applause as a blessing to Eva, who spectacularly solved that epitaph. I don't like applauding with you, but, well, I decided that I won't worry about it now. Divine punishment won't follow me just because I clap with you every once in a while. It's not so bad every once in a while. Still, it is fun to applaud. Even though it was Eva who was successful and not me, for some reason, I'm starting to feel happy too. That's because blessing someone means the same thing as sympathizing and sharing with them. I see. Then, I have even shared this irrational happy feeling with you. Since we are a pair of enemies trying to make each other surrender, it is an odd experience. Well, just for now, let's have a truce and clap, okay? Beato laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Badler as she clapped. Badler went along with her and clapped even louder. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. It was just as though Battler's and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. Damn, Battler and Beato hate each other, don't they? This will never change, ever, in the story. They are big enemies, you can tell. Now what? Since this happened in another dimension, not a single minute passed. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her turn to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. Take it easy and lie down. Keep this up and you'll have pretty rough later on. Reach comic coolissimo. Thanks for the concern. I just couldn't fall asleep. I've already taken a shower, so I'm good for now. Next person can rest. What about you, Kiria-san? Rudolph-san? What will you do, Rudolph-san? Shall we rest? You can rest. I'll stay awake. That's the only manly thing I can do right now. I'll stay awake. Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. Like, shit! Fuck! You two truly are close. You should talk. Seems Eva and Hideyoshi-san are out cold. It appears that, unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their age. As though in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Hello, Happy Toaster. Eva and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room. That's none of your business. Oh, Rosa, are you sure you don't need to rest? You should talk, son. Why not take it easy and sleep? That is a really fucking good image to hang on. Just the two smiling at each other. I just can't go to sleep. Taking a shower shook my drowsiness off. Rudolph, Kiria-san, you can rest if you want. Sure, thanks. Well, for now, let's say I appreciate the sentiments. Why don't you go first, Aniki? Anything. But I cannot rest first. That is the most I can do. It's the oldest problem. Yeah. Do not worry, the two of us will stay awake until the very end. More importantly, Eva-san, are you okay? You look a little pale. Come to think of it, you're right. Could it be a bit of a feature? Yoshi put his hand up against Eva's forehead. It seemed that Eva wasn't feeling her best. That goes without saying. That's what happens when you break your sleep cycle at your age. Is it a cold? Let's see. Did you call Dr. Nanjo down? Yes. I'm fine. You don't have to make such a fuss over it. I have some medicine, so I'll be okay. I tend to get fevers when I'm tired. Don't worry. Nesan, take it easy, okay? Thank you. If the siblings gathered without me around, I get the feeling everyone would start talking behind my back. It's a persecution complex from long ago. Sorry, okay? Well, I won't say anything. Because I'd say bad things about you behind your back, Nesan. What is it? Nesan, you've been acting strange for a while. Shouldn't you get a little rest now? You're right. Just thinking about raising money by March makes my headache hurt even worse. That isn't good. Rest. And I'll hold back too so that your headache doesn't get worse. I've had a bad headache myself for a while now. Thank you. Natsuki's hearing this and getting really excited. Oh yes, we can be headache sisters. Headache twins. Yay! Yippee! Well then, I'll take those words to heart and rest for a while. What is it, Emma? Why so angry all of a sudden? Sorry, please let us rest a bit longer. Sorry. After apologizing several times as though praying, Hideyoshi followed Eva out of the lobby. I don't like this atmosphere. It's all so strange. That's no surprise. There was a murder early this morning, and since then we've been eating canned food and carrying guns around. It's natural that we'd start to build up stress. I wonder if the kids up there are building stress too. I'm worried about Maria. She tends to throw tantrums at times like this. That moment, they heard the sound of wild footsteps coming from the second floor. The guest house wasn't a cheap building, so they wouldn't normally have heard the sound of footsteps. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. And in an instant later, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of the running out in the second floor hallway, they could hear Maria calling "oh" over and over again, sounding displeased. Sire, hope the kids are okay. Me too. Rosa grabbed her head, her hair flying, and she voicelessly moaned in anguish. The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. The noisy clamor came down from the second floor and flew into the lobby. It was Maria who was sobbing, along with the other children and Nanjo. In other words, they had all come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at this new annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. Sorry, Aunt Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. Oh. 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 What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet? Everyone's watching. It's that Rose of hers from the Rose Garden. She suddenly started saying that she was worried about it. I think she's half asleep. She suddenly woke up and started going on about how worried she was about that rose. Oh my god, I almost forgot how the kids, what voice I made for the kids, because they haven't spoken at all for the last 3 hours. Only Battler has. Maria-chan, calm down. That was just a dream. Oh, that rose belonged to Vatorice and me. So if I don't take care of it, Vatorice's gonna get mad. It might get snapped off again. Ugh. Oh. I'm telling you to quiet down a bit, okay? The sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice surprised the children. But Maria's crying just grew louder and her tantrum just grew fiercer. Rosa-san, you mustn't scold a child so unsparingly. Times like this, it's best to give them some warm milk or something. Is there any here? The milk we just had for breakfast is empty now. Doesn't anybody have a sedative to use on kids? You know, those silver pill things. I have some. Yes, I'll search for some and give them to her. Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed the handbag that had been set on the sofa and finished around for some medicine. It seems she had some child-use sedatives for Maria's tantrums. She found it and opened the bottle, but it must have been empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. If she did, Maria's crying grew even more intense. They're being so mean to Rosa. They're not letting her do her stuff. At that time, Eva was lying on her bed, covered by the bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, holding a handkerchief soaked in water. Oh, this is one nasty fever. I'll bet it's the poisonous air of that family conference that got you. For now, you can forget all about the other relatives. Okay? As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief on Eva's burning forehead. Eva rested her own hand on top of his. Your hands feels nice and cool. If my hand feels nice, your fever must be pretty bad. Don't worry, the medicine will start working soon. Plus, my hand is a magic hand. I just put it against your forehead like this, and any fever will melt right away. You're right. Your hand always makes my fevers fade. Yep. No need for a doctor when you got my hand. Don't worry and close your eyes. My magic will make that fever fade away. Yes, I know. I can feel your magic. Hideyoshi was about to say it was just a placebo effect, but he stopped. If Eva said she could feel magic coming from his hand, that was fine for now. I wonder if magic really exists. Yeah. I wonder if magic really exists. Yeah, it does. Only those who believe can tell, though. There's actually a lot of magic out like that out there in the world. If magic actually exists, I wonder if witches actually exist too. Oh? You mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist for those who believe. Just like the gods. They don't show themselves except in front of those with strong faith. I did it too, you know. Long ago, I was able to use magic. Oh? Really? Then you were a witch too? I had dreams that I wanted to come true no matter what. After wishing strongly and trying hard, they always came true without fail. With my magic, my grades were always the best, and I even became a student council president. Worked hard to get into university I wanted. Everything I wished for was granted. That's right. Your magic was always the thing to be reckoned with. You're definitely a witch. And you work harder than anyone. I know all about it. When I was a kid, the whole time there was another me inside myself who always supported me. Another self was a witch. I didn't believe in Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I always believed that if a witch of Rokenjima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart. I was so grateful to that witch inside myself. I was always grateful that she brought me to you. You get too timid when you're sick. Don't say anything for now. I'll stay like this the whole time, until your fever's gone down. Yes. Don't take your hand away, no matter what. Somehow, I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. And I've been scared for a while now. I get the feeling that the witch inside me is provoked by Beatrice, and is growing stronger and stronger. Somehow, it feels like she's going to swallow me whole. It's okay. As long as I'm with you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Remember the time we went to that dangerous country and the whole boss got robbed? I drove him off. Didn't you just hand over your gold watch and beg them to go away? It was pretty lame, but it was cool. Don't move your hand away, no matter what. Not even if I fall asleep. And if something creepy sneaks in here, protect me. Yep, leave it to me. That's why I'm telling you to stop worrying and get to sleep. Because the medicine in my magic will start working real soon. Eva finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. At that time, there was the sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum, and screams of "ooh" could be heard along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That probably hurt Eva's ears. Or maybe it was giving her a headache. Eva moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, started arguing with Rosa, wouldn't scold her daughter. And then, maybe that got too embarrassing to be shown in front of the other relatives, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to butt in on Rosa and Maria's problem. But just for now, since Eva's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else. Wait just a sec, I'll ask them to keep it down. Come back quickly. Don't worry, I won't leave this room. Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's gaze. Everything okay, Rosa-san? I'm sorry, did all this noise wake you? Oh! Oh! Maria-chan, sorry. Eva isn't feeling well and she's trying to sleep. Would you quiet down a bit? Maria's tone didn't change after Hideyoshi's request. She kept crying oh and repeating, my rose, my rose. Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifting her up while covering her mouth, and dragged her towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. She would still probably be noisy for a while, but he had warned Rosa for the time being. Relying on Rosa's actions as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door. Is Maria-chan having a tantrum again? Looks like it. It's tough for Rosa-san too. Come to think of it, our George is almost too good to be true. We should be grateful. You're right. Hands. Oh, sorry. Look, it's the magic hands. He put his hand on magic in Eva's forehead again. Maybe there really was a magical power in that hand. A truly peaceful look rose to Eva's face, and bit by bit, she began to drift off into land asleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. Yay! By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss on what to do next. She hadn't been able to withstand everyone's gazes in the lobby, and had yelled at the children to go upstairs, dashing out of the lobby. Then she had gone out into the corridor, only to have Hideyoshi say that she was too noisy. Where should I go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? She felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear and tried to persuade Maria in her properly calm voice. Maria, you really want to see that rose that much? Maria nodded her head several times, moaning, oh. Why do you want to see it so much? I'll listen as your mother. So will you tell me quietly? I'll hit you if you scream. My rose, Beatrice revived it. It might have snapped off again. I'm worried about that. I can't sleep until I'm sure. Apparently, she was still upset about the marked rose from yesterday. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming. Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now, so don't bother Mama and everyone else. You can worry about that rose all you want tomorrow, when it stops raining. So for now, listen to me. No! It's my Beatrice's rose. Oh! Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and gotten her agitated again. Hang on, I need to clear my throat. There. Rosa realized that it was partly her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred. Whoa! Fucked up evil creature experiences remorse. But Maria thought that was directed at her. and her crying grew even fiercer. Please, just be quiet. What can I do to make you stop crying? What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says? Suddenly, Maria stopped crying so fast that it seemed unnatural. Then she turned around and muttered, "If I get to see my Rose, I'll stay quiet until tomorrow." Really? Yes. If we go to the rose garden and see my Rose, I'll calm down. I mean it, Mama. If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She thought it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. Oh yeah, she thinks there was no murder, that's right, I forgot. She's convinced that they were faking it. All that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinso. If you carefully thought about that chain of closed rooms, it clearly had to be an act. Will you really listen if you get to see the Rose? Yes. I mean it, Mama. Ouch. Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fists. And she shrugged, as though giving up. Understood. If it's just one look, then I'll agree. Will that work? Yes, Mama. I promise. Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It'll be okay. It's only an act. There was never a murder on this island in the first place. Madeline is like Walter White in the car right now. No! Aunt Rosa, no! Damn it! Wait, Aunt Rosa! Are Aunt Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second Twilight? Damn it, someone noticed them! Tell them to stop! What are those guys in the living room and those kids doing? Indeed. They're being considerate of Rosa's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject. The group that includes you went up to the second floor and is talking about something else while watching TV. You bastards! Someone noticed them! Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please, notice that the two are leaving through the front door. Ah! It won't reach. It won't reach. Don't disturb their precious time together. Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Eva's forehead. He didn't notice at all that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door. In that case, there was no way the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice. Much less those in the cousin room on the second floor. Why are you so panicked? Didn't you defeat me with that bold mood, saying that the culprit died in an accident on the first Twilights? Doesn't that mean there's no longer a culprit on these islands? What is there to be so worried about? Shut up! I can see right through you! Someone stop them! They'll still be killed! Stop them! There was no way that Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa and Maria. The most powerless scream that nobody can hear. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful. He would never do that. He would never blame his beloved toaster. Yeah, the bark that is completely soundless and achieves nothing. The rain was still awful, but fortunately the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that wasn't fortunate. Because maybe If the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa might have hesitated to go outside. Oh, here it is. Maria found her rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. Rosa had accepted the promise under the condition that Maria would only get one look at it. But she didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with Maria until she was satisfied. She believed that there wasn't a culprit, but on the off chance that she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. Things got bad. She would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. After glancing at Maria's innocent happiness, Rosa gazed warily in all directions. Uh-oh. Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden. Gold-colored? It had to be her imagination, because, to Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes. Are you okay, Eva? Just take it easy. Did I call Dr. Nanjo after all? I'm fine. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you. Don't take your hand away. Eva was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night, and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up. Even though he understood that, Hideyoshi suspected that the sudden fever was a sign of some serious illness. They call it gold fever. Several times Hideyoshi decided to call for Dr. Nanjo, but Eva resisted firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away. I understand. You gotta have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime. If you can promise me that, I'll stay here the whole time, gripping your hand. Tightly, like this. Thank you. Fine. The magic of your hand will definitely take this fever away. Even as she said that, Eva's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. Don't let go. Don't let go. Who is it? She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the shadow of a person beyond the bush showed itself. Oh? Aunt Eva? You scared me. It's you, Nissan? You have some business with me? You want to continue our earlier discussion? Yes, that's right. Our discussion about Father's gold. Please restrain yourself in front of Maria. I will keep my promise, okay? I won't get in the way of your conspiracy. Conspiracy? What's that? Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you. I have no desire to get in the way, so please, not in front of Maria. As long as I get my share, that will be enough. Your share? Eva started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then Maria said just one thing. Oh? Auntie? Who are you? Your share? Who would give that to you? Oh, that is mine. It all belongs to me, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Eva! Eva, are you okay? Eva! 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 Hold on! Don't let go! Don't let me be dragged away by someone who isn't me! Hold on to my hand! Don't let go! When did you ever work hard? You never worked hard for anything. You were always hiding in our shadows. You always escaped from shadow to shadow without fighting. And you really think yourself qualified to make demands of me over the Ushiromiya family gold? All that is mine. It's all mine alone as the head of the Ushiromiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name of Beatrice. Beatrice. It's Beatrice. Mama, Beatrice. Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high. Hey, you're Nessan, right? You're Nessan, aren't you? Wrong. I am no longer the one who was your sister. Then who are you? Are you trying to say that you're Beatrice? That's impossible. You died 19 years ago. Yes, you were definitely dead after all. I clearly saw how your head was split open. I can remember the inside flowing out like it was yesterday. How can you be alive and here right now? The concept of death does not exist to a Golden Witch. The Golden Witch in the name of Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity. Maybe the Beatrice you met with death, but that name is mine now. And therefore, it's eternal. The concept of death does not exist for Beatrice. All I can see is that the gold has driven you mad. How pitiful, Nessan. Come on. You know I'm not your sister anymore. Well then, as the new Beatrice, I've been tasked with my own resurrection ceremony. Don't know. What should I do?
That is up to you. You already have the power to make whatever you think reality. You should grow used to it once you've tried it out a little.
You worthless former sister. You should consider it an honor to have been selected as the first sacrifice I offer as a witch. On the second twilight, I'll tear the two who are close apart with my own hands. There's the song again. Oh no, this is the other song. The first thing the new Beatrice wished for. No. This one is called Dance of the Moon Rabbits. The first magic she tried to use was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were. Gravity is indeed a jerk, you're right. The ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. By now, their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the earth wasn't retreating into the distance below them. But then she and the witch were being sucked up into the rainy sky. Huh? Whoa! Awesome! For a human shackled to the ground by gravity, there is nothing more unnerving than having their feet stop sticking to the ground. However, to Beatrice, who, in becoming the new witch, had learned the joy of being released from gravity, it was enough to make her whole body shake with delight. Hey, Rosa, do you remember, long ago, when we were small, when we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around in the sky? The dream has been granted, hasn't it? I became a real witch and granted it for you! Stop it! If this is a dream, then wake me up! You said it yourself. You said you flew through the sky in your dream. You also said you didn't want to wake up. You even got mad at me when I woke you up, right? Don't worry, this time you won't wake up, okay? Come, dance with me in the vast, rainy sky. Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky and escape the cramped and boring island of Rokenjima? Now I'll make that dream a reality for you. I only want to share this joy with you and no one else. It's so fun, Rosa. It's so fun. Take a look below you. Look at how small our mansion is. I wonder how much time we spent in a place that small. Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is. So feel, enjoy, rejoice. That power we yearn for, the power to move through the sky at will. Come on, let's dance, Rosa. Through the rain, through the wind. Let's fly around like we're dancing. The lightning will shine on us and bless us. The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in whirlwinds, as the rain pounded upon every part of their bodies, as the lightning occasionally shone upon them. They shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding onto her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. Stop it! Forgive me! Let me down! You're right. It's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. Then why not go back there? A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. Then, she decided to listen to her former sister's requests. The whirlwind that had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker and stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity, as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend towards the ground upside down. No, she began to fall. Oops. That's right, if I don't take her down the right way, this is what happens. The witch hadn't intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic. After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush, it's a very, very natural result. Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her. So she wished that Rosa hadn't died. When she did, gold butterflies coiled around Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. Rosa's body, which should have been spread out like a carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy it was to break things in this world, and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humanity. This certainly gave her a much, much greater realization of her position as a witch than flying through the sky had. Awesome! I can even revive an ended life! Of course, Beatrice-sama is the endless witch. To live and to die, to bring life and to kill. All of it repeated endlessly. Beatrice-sama, the endless witch, is the queen who controls the cycle of life and death. One time I knocked over a fishbowl. The fragile and beautiful bowl broke and I couldn't put it back together again. I'd never see that cute pop-eyed goldfish swim again after it landed on the floor. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things could never be revived. That's when I learned something. You must not break things. You must not kill people. After all, you can't fix them. So if you can't fix them, And you won't get in trouble for breaking them, right? Awesome! 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 For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful a power she had inherited was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and cruel. Oh. Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. At that point, the witch landed and held out her hand. Sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. Sorry, I'm really sorry. And I didn't know humans could die so easily. But I brought you back to life, so we're even. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay? What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me all about them without holding back. As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. Even drowning you in a sea of jelly, even having you get sucked into a mountain of cake. I can even make you sprout butterfly wings and flit around the garden, okay? I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, alright? Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was an ocean of jelly, like the one she had spoken of from her dreams when she was young. The black part was coffee jelly, the red was strawberry, the yellow was pineapple, and the green was melon. Eh? No lemon? No! What was the white part? Apple? Did Rosa even have the time to think stuff like that? Rosa fell towards the multicolored ocean. And she sunk deep into a purple grape-flavored sea. It really was an ocean of jelly. It had no bottom. As Rosa sang, she was shocked to see the school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin, and she sunk on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Marianas Trench, crushed by the water pressure of the jelly ocean, as her ribs snapped and her spine snapped. In the end, she became a small, frail meatball. What a truly wonderful experience to drown in an ocean of jelly. It's a dream no one else can imitate. I made it come true for you. The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being wrapped up in a golden sparkle, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form. And anyone could do it. If they were a witch. That absent-minded look on Rosa's face has to be the joy from having that dream she gave up on as a child come true. Definitely. Probably. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, the sky was covered and became a black and white in the shape of a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite rare cheesecake. The elegant black part was slightly bitter gâteau au chocolat. That became the ceiling. Became a mountain, and several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa. If you pile those cakes up, they would surely be taller than Mount Everest. So they probably weighed... I'm not too sure, but I'll bet it was heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. It fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. So it's a very, very natural result. Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke throughout her body, and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Squish, pop, slop. Even so, an even greater number of cakes piled up on top, and Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between them. She became as thin as a single hair and was proudly spread out over the area of the tennis courts. That world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a gold flash. And then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans only have to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. Come back, Cake World! In other words, she'd gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once. She's so lucky. Isn't it fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Next is the butterflies. Look! Please, have mercy. Ah! No way! Let's play more, let's play more! Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then gold wings sprouted from her back, and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. However, while a human body could withstand that wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly Rosa was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. No! No! Ah! As her dance wore her out, she was caught by a gentle bed. It was a soft, knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on the night of the storm. That owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of your hands, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa. Ah! What a klutz, you got caught in the spider's web. This time, it's a dance with a spider. Takes me back. Remember the times we'd find a spider's web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey, but insert their venom, and when the insides melt into a sticky soup, they suck them out. Hey, Rosa, remember? Remember how we throw butterflies into the spider's web on purpose? And play around by seeing how the spider would attack? I guess you don't remember, do you? This happened before you got into grade school. Make sure you watch closely this time, okay? Very closely. No! Mercy, Nessan, help me! This girl's not bad. She can use magic at will. Amusing. How truly amusing. You feel like laughing too, right, Battler? Don't fuck with me! Stop it already! What's so fun? You're insane! Insane! What's so fun about doing something like this? Doesn't she look like she's having a blast? What do you expect? Magic is fun! I remember when I first became able to use magic, I played around a lot. I understand. I understand that kind of game from the bottom of my heart. Looks like I won't be able to share this joy and passion with you, Battler. What a shame, what a shame. If you accept me, I'll teach you magic anytime you want, see? It's hard to describe the joy you receive in the instant you're free from the shackles of humanity. I want to teach you about it, that joy, that passion. I'd definitely like to see the world of magic you'd give birth to. Just once. Isn't this starting to get fun? You've started wanting to use magic, haven't you? It's pretty fun to be a witch, isn't it? Just for you, I'll teach everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky. About the joy of diving together through the sea. I want to show you the passion that starts the instant you surpass the bounds of humans, and see how wide your world stretches. Wouldn't that be fun? There was no malice in Beth's expression. It was hard to believe that she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show. And she wanted to share that appreciation with Battler. Battler was shocked by that hopelessly different sense of values. You're insane! Stop it already! Damn it! Virgilia, make them stop this insane farce! What should I do? We exist outside the board. We cannot touch the board itself. Virgilia shook her head apologetically. Her body had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? As Beatrice continued to look amused in an insane sort of way, Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her. Stop it! Stop it! Quit messing around, witch! Are you trying to tell me that's Aunt Eva? That's impossible! The Aunt Eva I know might be a bit mean at times, but it's completely impossible that she's the kind of person who would do something this cruel. This is all part of your deception. Don't toy with Aunt Rosa. Don't toy with Aunt Eva. Stop this farce right now. I told you, I'm not the one playing with Rosa anymore. Like I said, that's the new Beatrice. Is it so terrible that you have to squeal like that? You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you? You actually have just an interest in magic and... Ow! What are you doing? For the first time, Madler stabbed Beata's cheek. Beatrice didn't know why he had done something like that to her. A surprised expression rose to her face. Battler especially couldn't forgive that expression, and he roared. Ah! You call this amusing? What's wrong with your head? Die! Go slice your head to bits and look inside. You'll see there's nothing there. Stop it right now. Stop this disgusting farce. I won't forgive you. How could you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought you could be a bit funny, but I'll never make that mistake again. Just a monster who's cruel on all levels. Don't show yourself in front of me. Never again. I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I don't even want to look at your face. Did you hear me? Don't show yourself in front of me. Disappear! The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall and knocked Beato back onto her butt. Oh. What are you talking about? Isn't it an interesting show? She spoke defensively, but the target of those words, Battler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness. But Beatrice looked displeased and continued trying to explain herself. It's not as though I'm completely blind to where you're coming from. But this is nothing more than an innocent prank, isn't it? No matter how you kill them, they'll always be brought back to life in the end, right? I thought humans were creatures who say, all's well that ends well. Hey, teacher. There was no reason for him to get so angry, right? She was hoping for approval. But Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. To Beato at that moment, even an exasperated look would probably have been better. I have nothing in particular to say. If you think this is fun, you can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. I will vanish until then. Following Battler's lead, Virgilia vanished into the darkness. Beato, who was now completely isolated and didn't have a clue what was going on, felt that they were making her out to be the bad guy. What's wrong? Isn't it an amusing show? It might be a little vulgar, but it's quite interesting. Isn't it? Hey, Ronov, it's nothing to get so mad about, right? Something interesting for you, milady, may not necessarily be interesting for Battler-sama. Does he really hate me that much? Well, certainly. We are enemies and opponents in this competition. But is our relationship really so bad that we can't laugh together at this display? Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that we can't even do that? He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch. We're challenging each other in this game after all. And yet he won't look at my face. He won't talk to me. And he'll probably do all I can to ignore me. Am I really hated that much? The moves you've made up until this point have been more than enough to earn his hatred. Even a demon such as myself can understand a bit of Battler-sama's feelings. Perhaps you cannot understand because you're especially thick-headed, milady. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Why don't you disappear too? Yes, certainly. Then, if you would excuse me. Even Ronov hid himself in the darkness, and Beatrice was left alone. The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one ever plays with a lonely witch. And the fact that no one ever does is what makes them a lonely witch. What's going on? Why won't anyone play with me? Am I really that weird? That cruel? Someone, answer me! Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course, we should play with Maria too, right? Let's all have a friendly walk together, okay? Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake rising oven. Hey, no Beatrice. Behind the witch that was continuing her mad banquets, Beato showed herself. Her mad banquets, the banquets of the Golden Witch. I'm pointing at the screen. That expression was very rare for her. It was somehow restrained, unreliable, miserable. Oh, it's the predecessor Beatrice-sama. Are you watching? The power of magic is truly wonderful. Until now, I never thought it'd be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, predecessor-sama. But first, wait for a second, okay? I kicked the two of them to death in an oven, so I have to revive them again. They're like bread rising from yeast. Like cookies expanded in an oven. Listen to what I'm saying. Well, isn't that enough for the sacrifice of the second Twilight? Of course, there are no rules regarding how you kill them, but maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that. What are you saying, predecessor-sama? I heard from Arnav a short while ago. Wasn't your magic much more wonderful, cruel, and crazy. That Halloween party where candy poured out of 6 people's stomachs was truly wonderful. So maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party. I'll invite everyone to a tea party in celebration of a completely pointless day and entertain them one by one with my magic. I wonder if I can do it as wonderfully as with you. I wonder if I can be cruel in my own cute style. Now that I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they? Now that I'm a witch inside one of those fairy tales, I finally understand. I have also, sometimes thought that, in the past, I might have gone a little too far. Well, I think that as the Golden Witch, it's probably best to show a little elegance. I don't get what you're saying, Pedro-sama. But there's one thing I do understand. No matter how hard I try now, I'm no match for how cruel you are. Yeesh. I gotta try much, much harder. I gotta become more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch. Like I said, you've already done enough here. Anyway, this is an order for me as your predecessor. That's enough for the second Twilight. I'll show you how it's done. Stand back and watch. Yes, Predecessor-sama. I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you use. The new witch grasped the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow. Stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She was suspecting even more cruel magic than surpassed even herself. Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch if you can only kill with methods like that. I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch. When Beata waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beata had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths. But even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Please, have mercy. Even if it's just Maria. Have mercy. Mama! Mama! Sorry. My disciple just acted without restraint for a bit. Forgive me. Beatrice! Ah! When Maria realized it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. You promised, right, Beato? You promised you'd take me to the Golden Land, right? There, I'll be friendly with Mama and everyone will laugh together. You promised you'd take me there, right? About that, I can no longer keep that promise. Because someone appeared who could solve the riddle. I am no longer the Golden Witch, Beatrice. So, sorry. I can no longer keep my promise with you. Why? Why? You promised. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. So at least, in apology for not being able to keep my promise, I'll give you a quiet sleep that will never be disturbed again. Beata embraced Maria with a loving expression on her face. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. Oh, she did it Genji style. She learned from the best. Its redness grew bit by bit. and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully, as though she had fallen asleep. Maria! Maria! Sorry. I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second twilights. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way in which you were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed. Beato softly, gently lifted her finger, as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance lightly like a feather. Then, Rosa's body floated softly, and right there was the garden fence, with its spear-shaped prong. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata. Benevolently, without toying with her in a single blow, Rosa's life was snapped out. Compared to the earlier innocent yet cruel events, it seemed to be over much too fast. It just looked like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence. But she had passed away. Yippee! We did it! Well, something like that should do the trick. Beato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though this was an anticlimax. Then she said it out loud. It's kind of plain. Not at all like the predecessor Sama Ronov told me about. Well, you must use magic with dignity, right? If it's too dignified, that isn't very elegant. Even though you're lucky enough to have the magic to do wonderful things endlessly. How boring. Hey, don't complain. The path of the Golden Witch cannot be completed in a day. You're still incomplete until you finish the 10th Twilight. For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions. Got it? What happened to your answer? Your answer! Sure. Very well. That will do. Well, there is still much to do for the resurrection ceremony. You still have to kill 5 people. You should do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity. And with at least a little restraint, okay? Or not told you about how I did it. That was a bad example. You mustn't use that as a model. Engrave that into your hearts. Yes, predecessor Sama. A good answer. Renov, the 7 sticks of purgatory. Arise. Yes, milady. I, Renov, am here. Lucifer Pride, right here. Up until this point, I've been a little flashy, but, well, the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important, and about that. As Renov laughed at Beato's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her. Certainly. From now on, we will be careful to act in a graceful manner, suitable for the name of the Golden Witch. Even the 7 Sisters of Purgatory will reform that bad behavior up until now. And we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner. Would that be acceptable, milady? Indeed. That's it, more or less. Everyone, take it to heart. Okay? Yes, certainly. That is all I wish to say. You may leave now. Certainly. If you would excuse me. Excuse us. Well, that's all I want to say. So, take care as you move forward. Understand? Act with dignity and restraint. Okay? Give it your all. I will be watching over you. Acting awkwardly until the very end, Beata left that message and immediately became a cloud of cold butterflies, heading for her farm in the empty air. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say she vanished in a hurry because she couldn't keep up with the conversation. After that, all that remained was Maria's corpse, lying down and pounded by the rain. Rosa's corpse, propped up by the fence and staring up at the sky. And the figure of the witch. Show some restraint, you say? Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue. What a boring person. Leaving that last sentence behind, she once again vanished into the empty air. Yay, we did it! We saved everyone. Okay, we can wrap it up here. I was hoping we got through this whole scene in time, and we did. Yay! But before we go, at last, one of the things that I've been holding onto for the longest fucking time, for an extremely long amount of time now. First of all, the do you have a bio? You do. Check it out. Eva Beatrice. Solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and was welcomed as the new endless witch. She was gifted with an aptitude for magic and is expected to grow into an extraordinarily great witch. This genius of a witch often overindulged in her own power during her younger days. Such as the trials only geniuses may endure. And if she proves successful, her name will surely be engraved in the history of endless witches. Will she be able to overcome the trials that force her predecessor to surrender? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? I've been holding on to this for so fucking long. I'm like, I can't share this with anybody because nobody's gonna get the joke, and if I explain it, it's a spoiler. I put it in the wrong fucking scene. I hate myself. Let me try again. Okay, there it is. Now let me just put it over here. Check this out. This is one of my favorite images ever. You can look it up on YouTube, by the way. You will find the original video. It is not a Numenecro thing, but it is a really good video. I would show it off here, but it has copyrighted music for like an instant. I'm probably gonna share it in the Discord. But yeah, this is an awesome image. And this is if not for the fact that you can't put swears in stream titles, I would make this the title of the next stream. Maybe I'll find a way. Maybe I can censor it somehow. In the meantime, let me move ahead and see where we go. Okay. So again, thank you everyone very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. One of the things that I've been really looking forward to is about to happen, or we're very close to it at least. So look forward to that. Let's raid. Okay, first of all, let me check the name correctly to see if there has been no changes. Nope. was very nice who's playing Mario World. Very, very uncharacteristic for devs, honestly. I wonder if he's enjoying it at all. He tends to like fucked up games. Okay, thank you everyone very much for watching. Thank you for the follows and the rates and the good times and the laughs and all else. I'll see you later in the week. Have a good night. Take care. Hang on. Let me load up the stream so I can be there immediately. I'm probably gonna be there in the ad, but whatever. No, I'm being stubborn. I want to be there from the beginning. Okay, there we go. Okay, bye.